Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Hobby Night. It is a Friday night chill stream, and I have what is left of my B1s. This is all that remain of my little guys. We're going to set these ones that I've already painted in Skeleton Horde off to the side because we need to get these other guys prepped. There was one, I think, that I noticed that needed a little bit of touch up on the chest. So we're going to start with that, and then we'll get to some Skeleton Horde with them. Hello, Havman. Hello, Steelers Freak. How you doing? TGIF. Heck yeah. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. Brendan, it's lovely to see you in chat. How you doing?
Do you?
Oh, oh no, I did bring over brushes. Never mind. You were saying?
Do you want me to go get you glue? I know some of those boys have only 1 foot glued down.
Sure. That would be great.
Just so you can do it early and not.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Oh yes, thank you. Thank you, Havman. It was not. It was on top still. Hello, Corey. Why not? Hello. Oh my gosh, see? Havman, thank you for telling me to do that because, yep, I was missing people. Hello, Neo. It is lovely to see you. You just got here? Are these Poxwalkers? No, these are actually B1 droids. We got some B1 battle droids from Star Wars Legion. Because it is still technically May. This is our final Friday in May that we'll be streaming together. And I've been celebrating Star Wars all May. So that is what we're wrapping up today with. I haven't painted Poxwalkers in quite a while, actually. Such fun little guys to paint, though. I love them. My Poxy boys, I have painted, like, definitely well over... God, why is this paint not wanting to mix like that all? Okay, I'm just manually mixing it in the pot. What was I saying? Oh, I've painted like over like 60 Poxwalkers. It's crazy. Yeah, his chest needs a little bit.
I see my priming was a bit new.
There was a smidge on some of their chests because of the way that their arms are. You know how it is. It's not your priming job. It is the model's sculpt. Do
No,
not.
it's my fault.
Oh my god. Do not even. Please. Sir. Sir, the drama. You're like Alfred now. I don't know why. I just felt like there was...
Why do we fall, Mr.
So we can get back up, Alfred.
So we can learn together.
So we can learn... I'm sorry, I misquoted. My apologies. Hello, Beggars Can Yawn Sales. Beggars Canyon Sales? I can read if I just put the words a little bit more together. Hello, Cleveland area impressed with my painting skills. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. I don't think I've ever been to Cleveland. I've traveled across a lot of the United States.
It rocks.
I have also heard it rocks. But I don't think I've ever actually been to Cleveland. Are you one of the ones that's... No, you actually seem like both of your feet are attached. Huzzah! Here we go. I have been doing so much with droids today.
You're almost done.
I know, it's so good though. I'm actually really excited to have like the majority of the army, or actually all of the army, done up, I guess, at this point. I guess technically the only thing that wouldn't be painted would be the droidicas that are in their ball form.
Oh.
Because I never built those.
I have some special units that we never painted too. Some characters.
That makes sense, yeah, that makes sense. But at least with that box set, like everything will have been painted except for those two droidica balled up ones, which are... You know, I don't know if I've actually ever seen anyone really using them in their furled and unfurled form.
I think on a normal size battlefield it doesn't come up, but if you play like a special game on a larger field, I think it can help a lot.
I see.
It lets them move very fast. There might also be for objective grabbing.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. Hello, Rob. Hello, Captain Comic Geek. I'm a fake Bat fan? Unsubscribe? What do you mean I'm a fake Bat fan?
What the quote was wrong.
Oh, because the quote was wrong. You're right. Never mind. I understand now. I was like, what do you mean?
I have to admit, I actually said Mr. Bruce instead of Master Bruce. So
He's also a fake Bat fan. Okay, at least it's not just me. The entire household is, okay?
I'm calling myself out for it so I get some credit.
Oh, sure. Sure, that's how it works. Those would look good in your Star Wars 5e campaign. Ooh, I bet that translates actually really well, Star Wars into 5th edition. What kind of what's the scope of the campaign you're running? Like what kind of narrative are you? Are you the GM or are you in the game as a player? And if so, what is the narrative you're going through? Or that you've at least got through so far. Obviously, you probably haven't finished it necessarily. These would be scaled for D&D very appropriately, so you could totally use Legion miniatures for a 5e themed Star Wars campaign, for sure. Do you? Like, do you normally? Am I gonna do anything cool with the base plates, or are you gonna keep them plain black? Like the bases, I'm gonna texture them. Actually, you can get a sneak peek at one of the Droidicas that's going to be coming out in a video on Sunday. But this is what we're going to be doing to their bases because they're all meant to match. So that's what their bases are going to end up looking like. Fake bat, the winged rat, or the wooden womp stick. I would like to be a winged rat, please. There's a free 5e conversion for Star Wars. Oh, nice.
Makes sense.
It does make sense. Oops, I went out of focus, sorry. But yeah, so this is what our bases are going to look like. I was kind of going with like, not exactly a desert, but definitely a like savanna, like dried terrain. Thank you for subscribing, Sapala. What am I getting stuck on? Sorry, I was adjusting where I was positioned, and I was getting stuck on a cable.
For your consideration, chat.
Oh, hold on.
Oh my God, we are very zoomed in.
We are. Hold on. Let me unzoom us. Dun, 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 dun.
The old D20 revised core rulebook for Star Wars.
Nice. Are these some classic writers for old Star Wars? Like,
I couldn't tell you.
I have no idea either. I'm just kind of curious.
This is old D20 system.
Nice. Hello, Treadhead. How you doing? Awesome. You did something similar with your Death Guard? Nice. That's cool.
Yeah, see, it's 3.5.
Ah, okay.
Class sheets.
Yeah, no, that looks very 3.5. You're right.
Yep.
Okay, that's cool. I mean, it makes sense. Totally.
Not to be confused with the Empire of the War. Or Edge of the Empire, excuse me.
Now, that's the Fantasy Flight one with the unique dice set, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Is that why, like, I kind of just get the, like, okay. I've always heard okay-ish things about that system, but I do know that, like, the encumbrance of having to deal with, like, the dice, like, their unique dice system was always kind of a turnoff for some people. And I'm just kind of curious if that's why people just end up going for, like, basically D&D, but Star Wars. And I guess it must be pretty easy to do now, especially because of, like, the re-emphasis on, let's zoom this back in. The re-emphasis on, Spelljammers. Going on all space stuff.
Yeah, Star Wars handled it differently.
That's fair, that's fair. You're doing good, but dealing with weapons-grade insomnia? Oh no. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you can get some sleep soon. I hate insomnia. I used to have it a lot more when I was younger. Don't have it as much now, but I still sometimes do.
Oh, now you just have a cat who wakes you up.
Yeah, no, it's more so that I just have a cat that wakes me up in the middle of the night randomly. And sometimes she'll randomly not. It's very finicky. Alright. I don't remember which one I've already touched up. I think it might be this one. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna set those over there so that they're well out of the way and I don't forget which ones they are. And we'll move on to our next. We had a campaign that was set post-original trilogy dealing with the rise of the new synth empire. Nice.
God, so...
That sounds fun.
When I was at my peak hanging out at game stores in the 90s, a lot of people in my local area played the Star Wars RPGs. And I wasn't old enough to join them because it was mostly for adults and I was like 12 or 13. But I just remember that it was like, they were playing that campaign for months.
Oh, I can believe it.
And like, you know, for like 8-hour sessions on sometimes.
Oh, 100%. I mean, a lot of like, I don't get me wrong, I'm sure something similar to that still occurs modernly with some groups, but I feel like that is such a like classic thing from our old RPG groups that is no longer a thing anymore, or at least not as much as it used to be. And it's such a sad thing that has occurred, I feel like, because those epic, like this campaign has been running for 20 years. I don't know, that just is really cool to me, and I feel like that doesn't really happen anymore. People are too busy, I guess, but 'tis what it is. I'm curious, chat, what is the longest you've ever been in one campaign? Like how much did it go?
2 years for me, and that was it.
2 years? Nice. What campaign was that?
Most
Was it a D&D or was it a...
Yeah, it was D&D.
Okay.
To be fair, there were some breaks in there.
That's fair. I mean, I imagine a lot of these like super hardcore long-term ones end up having some form of like little break in there for people. Levy, that's your group. You play every Sunday, 8 hours, no matter what TTRPG you're playing. Nice. That's great. How many tabletop RPGs have you played with your group? Like, do you actually find that you and your group are actually jumping from like system to system pretty regularly, or are you doing like, oh, we spent a year or two in D&D 5e or something like that, or 3.5 or Pathfinder 2 or whatever, and now we're gonna go jump into this completely unrelated system? Like, is it that kind of thing? Or do you also do just like a bunch of like one-shots, for example? Wonder how popular that is actually for groups to just do like one-shots. I did not get a lot of the paint into the glue. Okay, I think that'll get him glued on there a little bit more. Your current campaign has lasted about 4 months or so now. Nice. Probably a couple of years though. All right, is your longest. 1 year in high school. Nice. Your Uber... Wait, hold on. What is your Uber driver doing? Your Uber driver is playing shitty country music and it's driving you crazy. Oh no, Rob, I'm so sorry. You love one-shots? Yeah, one-shots are pretty fun. You can do some fun stuff with one-shots. All right, you also are not attached. Okay, that should help. Get you there. Let's close the glue up because it's stinky. Oh my god. You're in an 18-month Cathsworn campaign right now? Oh, Oathsworn. I have something on my screen and it was making it look like the O look like a C. Wow, I need to clean my screen apparently. You were in an 18-month Oathsworn campaign? Holy cow, that's awesome. There are a few YouTube channels that do different one-shots. Oh, I could totally believe that.
That's sort of a special circumstance.
What do you mean?
YouTubers?
Doing one-shots?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess kind of.
Normal. Right,
yeah, I understand what you're saying now.
YouTubers are not normal. YouTubers are weird.
Yeah, we are weird. Why are you calling it out?
Because it's true.
Oh.
I speak truth to power.
Fair. Your current favorite TTRPG experience was a one-shot you ran in a live stream using the Land of Eam system? I don't think I know the Land of Eam. I'm assuming it's an indie TTRPG. I used to do a lot more up to date with some of the indie stuff because I would go on independent press all the time, but I haven't as much recently. Really, since I stopped working at the game store, I haven't had a super big need to, if I'm honest. Because I was going on there from like a shopping capacity for the store because we were trying to really expand our RPG system or our RPG selection for our customers. They were bored of the D&Ds and were wanting other things. So we're like, all right, let's shop. Let's try some things. Let's experiment. And so with the way that it's described, it seems, or the way that it sounds, it feels very Indie Press Revolution. We are painting droids. You GM'd for 10 years now, and you spent 4 years on a 5e before exploring others like Pathfinder, Cyberpunk Red, Lancer, Lord of the Rings, and a bunch of reskins and other one-shots as well. That's awesome. I'm kind of curious, since you spent so much time with 5e, but you've also tried Pathfinder, which do you prefer? Because I feel like a lot of like friends that I had who were at one point really big on 5e have since really turned into Pathfinder fiends because they just are really not happy with the direction Wizards of the Coast is going. And I'm kind of curious if that is more widespread or if that is more of just a like local occurrence that's happening. Hello, Damien. It's lovely to see you. What does one shot mean? One shot means a campaign that happens in a single session. Now that session might be 8 hours long, but it means that you are concluding the narrative of what is occurring in that session in that session. It's not going into a second session. Whereas like your traditional D&D campaign is usually going to be like multiple sessions long, if not like some of the people in chat who have been playing every Sunday for multiple hours at a time for the last who knows how long. You know, it's kind of like that. D&D is baby's first Pathfinder. I kind of agree with that. Pathfinder is definitely on a different level of complexity, I think, than D&D. And D&D has definitely boiled itself down to be as accessible as humanly possible because they really just want to get like as many people playing as possible. And I do think they're making some sacrifices in the system for that, but that's another story. Back from your local clock tower night. Good to see the droids are being finished. Heck yeah, Damien, we're going to finish them. And I'm glad that you had fun at your local clock tower night. I actually played very recently with Norrell's Bar. That's going to be coming out on one of their Patreon episodes, I think next month. But really cool stuff. And I've even already gotten an invite for another recording. So I am super stoked about that. Less stoked about what time it's happening because it always happens at like 3 a.m. for me. But very excited to play with them because they're always a good group of people to play with. And I had a blast in our last recording sessions. It was great. Oh yeah, no problem, Heaven. You found in one shot where there were bears doing. Oh yeah. I do know. Tread. I know what that one is. That's the honey. Yeah, the honey heist. I believe that one was popularized because I believe it was a Critical Role specific, like one shot or something, or maybe like I don't know if it was like I don't know if it. What I mean by that is I think it debuted on Critical Role or was popularized by Critical Role, and then like just. I've played that particular one-shot myself because the girl who was running that that event for us was a massive Critical Role fan, and she was like, "This is so cute, I love it. Everybody turns into bears and they all get hats. It's a great time." And it was very fun. So yeah, no, very, very fun one-shot. I don't remember what the book was. It was definitely a 5e compatible, like, add-on that you could get, you know, from a third-party seller. But they had a lot of really good, like, one-shot ideas in it. I don't remember what it was called at all. I definitely have one of the books. I just don't know.
It's in the closet.
Yeah, I think it's in the closet. Rolled and Told. Rolled and Told. I really like the stuff from Rolled and Told. Your record came in just as you got home from D&D? Heck yeah. You had some evil combs tonight. Evil combs? Evil combos. Oh my gosh. I don't know why I read that as combs. I just left off the OS and was totally not reading that right. And now it's time for Path of Exile? Heck yeah, have fun with Path of Exile, Rob. Pathfinder was created by people who developed 3.5. Yes, that's very true. And they've just continued to kind of to build and iterate on that.
Skipped 4th.
Yeah, they just skipped 4th, and honestly, I don't even know how much they realistically took from 5th. I feel like Pathfinder 2.0 was literally just them building upon their own ideas and thoughts about TTRPGs based off of what they had decided and riffed off of from 3.5. Like, I'm sure there were some things that they took, but it always seemed like they always felt like they wanted to stand out from D&D, so I'm not surprised that they're still doing that. I'm glad that they're still doing it. I'm also glad that Pathfinder is doing as well as it is. There was a point where I just was like really worried that it was gonna, I don't know, it wasn't super popular for a really long time in the store I worked at, and then that obviously changed over time, but like I was concerned that it was gonna just like fade off because D&D was just fucking killing it. You're just reading a comic before you go to bed? Heck no. Yeah, and what comic are you reading? Ooh, Paypock. Good question. What is my favorite Star Wars era? It is Clone Wars. I'm a big fan of the Clone Wars. I love the Clone Wars cartoons. I also like the era that is like immediately post Clone Wars, but not quite the like
Rise of the Empire.
Yeah, the Rise of the Empire era, because I really like seeing honestly all the Rebels stuff, which is happening basically just after Clone Wars ends. So basically all of that. I really like all the Bad Batch stuff. Maul Shadow Lord is fantastic. Like, there is so much that happens in that very short period of time before Luke becomes relevant, but after Anakin has turned to Darth Vader, that I love. Like, I love that era especially, but Clone Wars is also like really up there. But that's also because I was the perfect age for the prequel movies when they were coming out. So I was a sucker for them, and Maul is my favorite character. Oh, you watched my my tank compilation video earlier, Corsair? Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, we put that together. That was a Chaos Cultist idea. And he was like, I'm gonna put a compilation together of the various tanks because I know some people use you for like just background noise when they're doing hobby stuff / I still don't understand this, but some of you apparently use me to help you sleep. I don't get that. But we put that together for those people. Now there's like an hour plus long video of me just working on some Tamiya tanks of various styles and types from different eras. And you can just go watch that and put that on whenever you want. Ooh, you can tell you're a huge Thrawn guy because of the books. Nice. Yeah, Thrawn is fantastic. I'm curious. So, Pave, have you watched Rebels? Because Thrawn is in Rebels. Filoni does use him. He does change him a little bit, from my understanding, from how he is in the books. And I'm kind of curious what your personal opinion is on that. Because I know some some fans of the books really don't like what Filoni did to him, and I personally, because I've never read the books, so this is caveated, but because I've never read the books, I don't know if I feel like Filoni changed him that explicitly, but I understand that there is nuance that is going to obviously be missing, that you're not going to get in the animation that you might be able to read in the novels, right? And so I'm curious if you've seen them both, which, like, I obviously presume you prefer the books, but do you, like, loathe the cartoon version of him? Or the Skarsgård version of him? Or are you okay with that and you're like, yeah, it's a little bit of a different Thrawn. It's not necessarily like my Thrawn, but it's a fine Thrawn. Oh, sorry, was I getting a little loud? Sorry. Listening to sleep, you may be missing a business venture, hobby night, white noise machine. I mean, maybe, but I feel like I'm too loud for that. I mean, I literally was just told I was getting too loud for my late night streams. You've watched a few. He's definitely different in the books. Your real connection is to the TIE Fighter game. Okay. The Rebels version is just fine. I really like the Rebels version, but that's also my first introduction to Thrawn, so I'm biased towards that version of him. I also think the voice acting for him is impeccable. Like that is just, that will forever be Thrawn's voice in my head, and nothing they do will ever change that. Yes, the B1s are from the Clone Wars. I don't know if technically they existed, like, prior to the Clone Wars.
No.
Okay, so they were created for it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, the argument that I've always heard for the people who are like, oh, I don't like Filoni's version of Thrawn is that, and I'm sorry, I don't actually remember which way this is supposed to go, but basically, from my understanding, Thrawn behaves either more like Sherlock and or like Moriarty in the novels, and he performs more like the other one, like the opposite one in the cartoons. And that's the real
Sherlock in the books and he's Moriarty in the cartoons.
Okay, is that what it is? Okay,
yes, because he's more cartoon villainish in the cartoons, because
Moriarty is a little bit more that.
They're also trying to tell 22-minute stories with commercial breaks.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to tell a 400 to 600 page novel where we can actually, like, hear thoughts
and get in his head and everything. Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense then. Yeah. So that's really the where I feel like the crux of the complaint for the people who do have a complaint about it. It's more down to the fact that in the novels he's a little bit more like Sherlock, and people feel like in the cartoons he's a little bit more Moriarty, and they're like, and they basically they get butthurt about that. And I'm like, I don't know, I think they're both cool detectives, right?
No.
Oh, is Moriarty
is not.
Is he not? I thought he. Oh, what is he then?
I think he's a doctor.
Oh, he's a doctor. Oh, okay.
I think he's Dr. Moriarty.
Oh. Wait, so is he like a contemporary to Watson then, in more so than Holmes? I thought he was he, is he not? I apologize. I've actually never read any of the Sherlock novels.
Professor.
He's a professor. Oh, okay. So that's where his conflict with Sherlock probably comes in then.
Doyle
Okay.
created him to kill Holmes so he could end the books.
Whoa, really? What?
With a quick overview.
Holy cow, that's great. Yeah, the voice of Rebels is outstanding. The books just get deeper. Nice. That makes sense. That makes sense. You found TV channels that play D&D on now? Really? That's cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, it's a popular game. Hello, Kita girl.
I'm glad she's active.
Same. She was having a little bit of pukes and stomach issues today, and we were like, I think she's okay. Like, she's not actually acting like lethargic or like she's sick. She's just not keeping anything down for some reason. But she seems to be doing fine now. It just seems like a little. I think she might have eaten a bug. I genuinely think she ate a bug. I think that's what happened. As I think she just was a little ferocious predator, and we probably like let a fly in or something when I was doing gardening stuff and coming in and out of the backyard, and I think she probably just she murdered and ate a fly. Isn't that right, Kita? Yeah, I knew it. See, she agreed. Oh my god, Corsair, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Can you explain your paint of the earth weathering? Yeah. So you want me to talk about my texture paints? Let's see, do I have that bottle still up here? Unfortunately, I did not bring my new bottle up, but I will talk about it regardless. I'm going to use, oh, I don't have the Armageddon dust up here, but that's okay. So here is what my finished base is going to end up looking like. And this is actually a really easy base design to achieve. I know it might look a little complicated, but it's really not. All we're doing is we're putting a thin layer, not too thin, because oh my gosh, Kita, hold on. Sorry guys, let me put my cat up on this. Hey, come here. Hey, are you running from me? Okay, go downstairs then. I'm not gonna feed you right now though, little girl. I'm not gonna feed you right now. Go. Okay, she has gone downstairs, chat. And I'll come back up. Actually, you know what? While I chase her down here, I'm gonna grab those paints because I think they're down here. I can just grab them and bring them up and we can talk about these a little bit more. Because I was actually getting very low. I think she just doesn't want me to be upstairs right now. She's being a brat and she's like, Mom, I want lap time. I'm like, Kita, it's not time for that yet. I'm so sorry, little girl. Okay. So here we are. I got the paints. Okay. So I like to use, they call it technical Armageddon dust now. This is their newest printing of it. So this is what I like to use for my texture paints. It is a paint that literally, I'm pretty sure has sand in it. So you could technically make this yourself, but I really like the way Citadel stuff dries. There are other companies that make these kinds of paints. I recommend you experiment and find what you like. But I tend to go for lighter color tones because the nice thing about them is they're a little bit more flexible with you being able to manipulate them and make them other color tones if you want. You can even tint them in like bright, fun alien colors if you wanted to, because they're pale enough. So this is what we start with. You're gonna spread this on. You don't want to go too heavy, but you also, because like, I mean, you can go really thick with this stuff if you want to. It's just gonna take a frackin' forever to dry, and it's probably not gonna actually have a lot of texture to it necessarily. Sometimes when you put really thick layers of this, it just kind of blobs into a smooth mess, and I don't know, it looks kind of weird. Doesn't really take dry brushing as well, etc. So I tend to make sure that it's definitely textured, dabbing my brush into it to kind of add some texture in and create some flakes. And I would say like I use like a medium amount of paint to make sure it's just thoroughly coating. I would say it's like maybe like a 1/8 of an inch, 1/16 of an inch height of like, or like thickness of paint on the base. You can go really thin with it, but if your base has any kind of like lines or texture beneath, you will see it. So you start with this. This takes about, realistically, it's dry in about 6 hours, but I tend to just let it dry overnight. That way it's really, there's no moisture left by the time that it's done. Once it's dried, all you really do from there is I put normally I'm using a dark brown wash of some variety, and then I put a light brown highlight color over top that once that's also thoroughly dried. Never dry brush anything until your washes that you might have put on beforehand have thoroughly dried, because you will definitely pick up that paint and just like freaking spread it everywhere, and it will not be pleasant. And then once you have your dry brush color on there, it's just about picking out what grass tufts you want to use or what flowers you might want to use. and spreading them around the base. And typically for me, I tend to choose where to put the tufts based off of how much I like what textures I actually achieved on the base. So if it's a texture that I like think looks cool, then I'll try to leave it uncovered. But if it's just like a big flat area of like all roughly the same color for like a spot, I'll probably cover that with like a little bit of tufting or something like that, you know? What's the differences in the paint brands I use? I mean, it's mostly price, but they all have their secret formula for how they do their paints. So that's kind of what you're paying for. Citadel is pretty pricey because it's one, import because it's coming from the UK, and two, GW puts a tax on all of their stuff because they're Games Workshop and they think they're that fancy. I would say that Army Painter is probably pretty reasonable. Sometimes people consider Army Painter a little bit on like the beginner like side of tools for some reason, and then like always move past it, even though they're pretty darn good, especially their Fanatics line. Like I really like their Fanatics line. I also like their speed paints a lot. So I don't know, they have some good stuff and they're pretty inexpensive. I do recommend them for getting started because of how good they are, but inexpensive they are. The problem is a lot of like I originally, the reason I have so many Citadel outside of the fact that I really like their contrast color line, is that like growing up when I was learning to paint and everything, a lot of the tutorials I was watching were all using Citadel colors. And so you kind of just got it into your head of like, oh, I have to buy this, even though you definitely do not. You should absolutely shop around and figure out which ones are like the paints that you want to do. I recommend giving multiple brands a shot. I also recommend not being super loyal to one brand over another. I mean, it's also how they label their colors, like what the ratio of like medium to pigment to what other stuff they're putting in the paints is. Like there is chemical differences to the paints as well. It's not just a cost thing. But I mean, as a consumer, what most people are going to give a shit about is the cost. As like the main difference, if they're not just like hyper loyalists to whatever brand that they're buying from. Yeah, no problem. All right. They are done. We're gonna pop group off, get our first group back on, and start applying the skeleton horde. I don't know why I didn't just bring up more caps. Let's go to the smut. And that's probably why I didn't do it. Alright, let's shake this bad boy up. Looks pretty good. I think we shook it up plenty. I wonder how you all painting minis would do if you keep scaling it up till you were doing statues. I mean, it would be a very different process if you like. It's already a different process when you get to like statue size versus like miniature scale. So once you were getting to like actual like full scale full scale statue size, all of like a Greek statue kind of thing. I imagine in a weird way that might be more like painting on canvas. And or it would probably just be, I don't know. It'd be interesting. I wonder how... I have not thought about painting something quite on that scale. I don't know how I'd approach that. I feel like you would... I mean, I feel like I guess I would do it the same way that I'm doing now. I just use way bigger brushes. Probably a lot more wet blending at that scale. I don't know how much, like, I've never done a wash at something that large, so I don't know how that would dry or, like, move or flow or whatever. I also don't know where I'd get the paint for that. I think I just have to buy normal acrylics. Oops, I just moved it actually. There. Excuse me, so sorry. Did not mean to just cough a little bit in your ear. There we go. And nice and covered, spread that paint all around. Again, we don't really care if we get it on the blasters at all, so it's fine. We definitely want to make sure we get it on his hands, inside of his arms. Welcome to the channel, Levy. Thank you for subscribing. Make sure we get the inside of his other arm. And also his torso. Oh, and maybe the back of the arm too. Let's not forget that. Oh, and the side of his neck. Maybe the underside of his chin. Okay. Feels a little bit better. Next. I'm gonna start with the legs just because then I feel like I can move the paint like back onto the model as opposed to having it flow off and onto the base. That's my hope at least. Okay, we've definitely had the underside of his chin and all of that, so I feel good. Oh my gosh, sorry. I was struggling to spin that. Make sure to get that hand, that arm, that hand, and arm. Oh my gosh, on the side. There we go. And now we just do a quick check on basically all the actual top facing sides. Yeah, looks honestly pretty good. Maybe a little bit more on the neck there and the back side of that. Yeah. Pew pew. Roger, roger. That's great, friend. Make sure you stay hydrated. Especially if you're gonna have a long session. Then you definitely want to stay hydrated. Just kind of rotating him around. Making sure we hit everything with paint. Starting with the legs. Those sweet, sweet droid thighs. Thank you. Appreciate it. Out of curiosity, is it difficult to stay focused on your project and stay engaged with us? You know, on the occasion, sometimes it is. Just because like I'll get really into something that I'm working on and I will forget to look up at chat. But thankfully on these particular streams, yeah, Chaos Cultist will chastise me if that happens. But I feel like I've gotten a lot better about that in general. And I would say that it happens more often rather when I'm gaming than when I'm hobbying. When I'm hobbying, I do naturally just look up and take breaks from staring at what I've been doing. So I find I tend to not leave you guys hanging too often. Unless I just am like really frustrated with what I'm doing and it's not going well, and then I'm just like fussing with it. And then I can sometimes not pay attention. But generally, like with these, no, I don't find it too difficult for that. When I'm gaming, sometimes yes, because I'll be focused on like what I'm doing in the game, and so I'll forget to look over at chat because I'm just trying not to die. But that is what it is. Gaming's when it shows up the most. Well, there you go. See? That's because I'm not there to talk to you guys. I'm there to game. And be a gamer. No, I'm kidding. It genuinely is. I just get distracted by the game, though, and I'm trying not to, like, die and embarrass myself. And instead, I embarrass myself by ignoring my chat. Although I will say part of that I think has not been necessarily a me thing. That has been a, my settings have been, well, I mean, I guess technically it's a me thing still. I'm gonna blame YouTube. I think YouTube defaults my settings to weird things, and it was genuinely, I think, making me miss some chats. And I feel horrendous about that, but we figured it out. We figured it out literally today.
Yesterday.
Was it yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies. Yes. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, I've been doing so much. I've been in front of a camera so much today that it's blurring together. It's fine. You're very ignorable, Captain Comic Geek. I very much disagree with that. You guys are very not ignorable. Nor do I want to ignore you. I do, however, have focus problems. And I'm working on that, but, you know, I still struggle from time to time. But what is but to err if not to be human? Or something, right? That's the quote.
Hmm?
What is to err but to be human?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm so smart and educated. I'm not. I mean, I technically am, but I'm not. There. Thank you for subscribing, Johnny C. I don't know why, but your name makes me feel like you're like a video.
Johnny Cage.
Yeah, Johnny Cage. Oh my god, that is what it is. You're a video game fighter. Mortal Kombat. Dun, 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 dun. I still need to go see the Street Fighter movie. With Mr. Cody Rhodes. I actually watched my first AEW pay-per-view in a long time. What was it, double?
Did we watch MJF beat Darby?
Yeah, we watched MJF beat Darby. I was really wanting to see that mother trucker get his hair shaved right off. Yeah. I really hope that they use that stipulation again sooner rather than later, and he does lose, and he loses it. And because I want to see him go fucking insane. Like, I want to see him turn into a madman because he's lost his hair. Because it just, like, breaks him. Like, in a really stupid way. But a really weird, like, but it's taken very seriously. So that he can put on the mask and become God. I'm kidding. Captain Comic Geek, I think secretly my actual favorite character in all of Kamen Rider is Kekara. Because I think I empathize with him too much. I think I am Kekara. I thought I was Berbera or Baroba, but I think I'm actually Kekara. To the point that in my current I've been playing classic Burning Crusade WoW, and I named my Blood Elf character Kekara, and I'm playing a hunter, so my pet is Kawa. You were rooting for Darby? Me too. Me too. I'm actually just the frog. Ribbit. Those aren't concerning things to hear, Angela. Not at all. I know, right? I know. I'm so ashamed, but I'm like, dude, I relate to him.
How do you think I feel?
I relate to him, though. Because I realized all of my favorite characters in most media are, like, the tragic ones. And I'm like, why do I like the tragic ones so much? Why do I...
You of me.
No, they... What? No!
Okay.
I've liked them before I knew you.
I remind you of that.
No. Oh, shit. No, you're not tragic. I mean, you are kind of tragic sometimes, but like, no, it's my fault. I make you tragic. What? Wow, he doesn't even deny it.
That's all I do. I wake up, I work.
Aw, you do not have to keep working. You know this, and I keep telling you.
I kinda do.
Well, I mean, yes, but not in the way that like you're implying.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I say to that. I mean, to be fair, we both have been working a lot. You're doing great. You're doing great. All right. I think he looks good. Perhaps a glutton for punishment kind of thing. It's me wanting to see other people punished, though. So, for context. No, I don't. Not you, though. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you punished. I don't.
The story says something.
Need a little bit more paint to finish this guy off, and then we can start taking some of them off of their bases, or off of the mounts, and we can put the other guys on and start getting their skeleton horde down. Sorry, my nose was running. What?
I just got to the line where you're giving the fact about force speed.
Uh-huh.
And I meant you to deliver it in a very, like, upbeat, happy way. And you delivered it in a very, like, ah!
Oh, did I?
I mean, look at yourself.
I guess you're right. I did look more, like, concerned. I'll read. Do you want me to read
No,
it?
no, we'll use it. I'm just like...
I'm sorry.
I'm so guilty for writing that line in there.
No, I wasn't. It wasn't like I'm so sorry that my expression got that. I have.
And your tone.
Well, now I feel like I should redo it.
Okay, I will not give feedback again. Sorry.
No, I like the feedback. I'm just worried that I have like a bad tone in it or something like that.
I can probably cut it.
Hey, we'll see. See how you feel. All right. Good little guy. A little heavy there though. A little heavy there. Let's move that paint around. Actually, put it up here a bit more. So I always feel like their little dreads don't end up with enough color in them.
Yeah, I just got the section out.
Okay.
Sorry.
No.
I'm so upset about it.
No, I just feel bad that I didn't do it in a more upbeat tone. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay. You just sounded so scared to deliver the factoid that I'm like, okay, we can remove that.
Yeah, I feel really bad about that.
Well,
it's fine. I'm over it and I'm moving on. No, I'm not trying to make you look. All right, they're done. These two look dry enough that I think I can remove them from this. Go. I'm gonna let some of these other ones continue to dry, and I will get started on the next set of two. I think the leg, starting with the leg technique is actually working to my advantage in the way that I had hoped, which is nice.
What was the way that you hoped to communicate to your audience?
So earlier I had talked about how I wanted to try to keep the paint from flowing off of the model too quickly and onto the base, which sometimes happens if I start from like the top of the model and work my way down. It all just ends up really heavily pooling at the feet. And so by starting with the feet and kind of holding him a little bit more sideways / almost upside down and kind of bringing the paint to his head, I find that it is pooling less at his feet. I'm keeping basically the color on the model more, which is nice. So I'm using up less paint and having to just like go over in fewer layers, which is very, very nice.
Glad to hear.
Yeah, thank you. There we go. Something I have been trying to be careful of is they have these little gaps near their waist, and I'm trying not to over flood it with paint so that I don't end up having paint dry and end up being kind of goopy in there, which is what it's kind of doing right now. So we're gonna need to move some of this paint around, but I need to clear the brush a bit more. So we're just gonna go onto his head and this other arm before we try to pull some more of that paint back up. Because we don't want it doing that, because that'll dry like that. We want it to be open and clear. Give me 1 second, guys. There we go. Boop, boop, boop. I am going to put a little bit more deliberate paint on the head now, just because we do have that color sticking, and I do find the head kind of sloshes off a little bit too, just because it's so round. I want to make sure that looks good. I'm also going to emphasize his hands a little bit more because those always get very pale. And the main thing is to get the deep recessed areas on his sides. Make sure we paint the full entirety of the backpack, because apparently I hadn't. I guess I just never painted the back of him at all. Okay, I thought I turned the sound off. Please fucking turn my sound off. Oh, it's come from my computer. You're back? You had to deal with a very messy Jackson situation? Oh no, I'm so sorry. So sorry. Well, kids make messes sometimes. 'Tis their way. Why, but I feel like this guy is like weirdly splotchy and I genuinely am not sure what it's coming from. Like, is it just me? Is my paint not sticking well for some reason? Did I get something like, I mean, he's fully primed, it looks like. I don't know. Don't know. I think it's okay now. I feel like it's weirdly very splotchy, but whatever. Whatever, Chad, it's fine. Sometimes you just gotta go with things. We can clean it up during our dry brush stuff. And honestly, there's still stuff we're gonna do to this lat, so it should be okay. Shouldn't be too bad. Try to get that a little more even, because it's just very pale on his chest. Welcome back. So this would be your first time on one of my live streams. Do you have a schedule of when you go live, or is it random? It's definitely not random. I do have a schedule.
It's posted on the page description.
I believe it is posted on the page description, but just in case it's not, I can go over it right now. That I'm happy to do that. So my normal streaming schedule is Tuesdays. I tend to stream starting at 1 p.m. Pacific, or your regional equivalent. And that tends to be a hobby stream of some variety, generally in my workshop, in my garage, or sometimes it is a garden stream, so it'll be outside in my backyard. On Thursdays, we also tend to stream at 1 p.m. Pacific, or your regional equivalent. And again, it also tends to be some kind of hobby stream or gardening stream generally. Fridays are our 5 p.m. Start time for 5 p.m. Pacific start time. So just like this one today, and it is a no face cam, just looking at the miniatures, and it tends to be focused specifically on either miniature building, but generally mostly miniature painting. And then on Saturdays, I tend to do a co-op stream with my good friend Shay, also known as Shy Goth Secrets on YouTube and Twitch. And we're actually going to be streaming together tomorrow. She's going to be coming over. We're going to be live in person tomorrow. We're going to be together is what I meant to say, in person tomorrow. And we're going to be working on our cute little row life builds, which we started in a previous stream. I believe she's ahead of me on what she's working on, but I'm going to be trying to catch up And mine is a little greenhouse, like it's a little cute DIY, mostly like cardstock and wood, with some like plastic bits and everything, little assemblable greenhouse. It's very complex, actually, very, very cool. And then she has like a little dream, like tea scene, I believe it is. I can't remember exactly, but it's a really cute little like scene as well. So that's what we're going to be working on tomorrow. But yes, Chaos Cultist was kind enough to also drop the streaming schedule in the chat for you, so you can see that with a generalized amount of how long we go for as well. So works out very well. Thank you for doing that. All right, we have 3 more B1s to paint up in our first skeleton horde layer. Sometimes we do sometimes spontaneously do other streams. Like occasionally we'll stream on Sunday, occasionally we'll stream on Wednesday, like we did this week, for example. But those ones are a little bit more spontaneous. But Tuesdays and Thursdays starting at 1 p.m., Friday starting at 5 p.m., and then Saturday starting at 1 p.m. So much paint still on my brush. Let's try to get that on his chest where it'll be very useful. A little bit on his face. Weather is so hot that you've been eating homemade sushi rolls and you can't eat any hot food because of the heat. Oh, Evan, I'm so sorry. Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry. Because you're in the UK, right? Because that's where I know the UK has been dealing with a heat wave. I don't know if other parts of Europe have too, actually. Or if it's just the Brits. And I guess the Irish and the Scots? I guess they would all probably suffer about the same weather conditions, right? Being all on the same, like, connected islands. I say questioningly because I'm like not remembering a map very well right now. You had to reformat your drive and now you're downloading Path of Exile again? It's gonna take an hour? Oh no, I'm sorry you had to reformat. Do you think it's because you were trying to download Path of Exile that you had the problem? Or was it just like I was gonna say, I feel like that doesn't seem logical, but... Dude, I'm sorry. Well, hopefully it'll be extra cool and enjoyable when you finally can play it, because you're being now made to wait to play it longer than you originally thought you were going to have to. Steam was being bullshit, not working. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. Damn you, Gabe. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. You're fairly dry. And you're fairly dry. Cool. And get the last two mounted up. The file structure on the drive is one of the Steam didn't like, apparently. Oh no. Today you voluntarily... Oh no! You did that for the sake of nostalgia? I'm not... Okay, if that's what you did. Shameless one, not much. Not much is up. We're just working on some droids today. Trying to have a chill time. How are you doing? Hopefully you're going into an exciting weekend. I'm hoping for a fairly chill weekend.
I was too, but we have company tomorrow.
I think that will still be relatively chill. And Sunday is definitely going to be chill.
Ah, please.
It's going to. I just want to play Batman with you and WoW with you and hang. Like, that's what I want to do. I just want to play games with you.
I just want to feel nothing.
Yep, me too. Me as well.
Every time I start to feel better, something happens.
I know. There we go. It's looking good. He's looking fine. I can imagine that might have been what it was referenced to. Okay, there, and there, and there. Get all of his little fingers. Little droid fingers. He's only got like 3 of them, so make sure you paint all of them. Shouldn't be too difficult. That's how many fingers the droids have. Just the 2 or the 3. I guess 2 and a thumb.
Yes, Grievuses can break up though.
Oh yeah, they can, can't they? Can't they? That's because he's super fancy. And he used to be organic. Poor guy. Good news, you have been using this stream as a test for your internet going to Xfinity, and you've not had a single lag or freezing issue so far. Yay! That's awesome! I mentioned Batman, so I have to gush. That game was made to amuse me with background jokes. Oh, I imagine it was. I mean, like, it really definitely seems like if you are either just a Batman comic book fan or a Batman movie fan, there is a lot to get out of that game. But especially if you're both, like if you both love the movies and you are familiar with enough of the comics, Like, and I don't even really think you have to be familiar with like a huge amount of the comics. I think you just need to like be familiar with the fact that Batman is a comic book. It's really the movies because they focus so much on that. It's like so good. I'm also a big fan of games that, when they are based off of an IP, concisely tell you the story of that IP. And because they're stringing all of the Batman movies together into like a cohesive narrative, they're achieving that for me, and I really like that. Like,
and a lot of what they're doing to make the movies work together is from the comics.
Yes.
Like the stuff that they're doing with the Joker and the through line of everything, unless the Pattinson really tied all this together. But obviously Pattinson wasn't going to tie into all the like 80s movies, right? So I think the fact that they're using sort of Red Hood and all of that origin stuff for the Joker is a good way to do it, considering the Joker has, I mean, we watched a video earlier today, he's already got like 5 origins, and that's sort of the point.
Exactly. I agree. I do think we need a black Batman. I also would love a black Bond.
Was there not a black Batman in the Bat family?
I don't remember.
I think there was.
Was there? Okay,
yeah,
I actually don't
that's
remember.
Not Bruce Wayne, but yeah.
No. The game snuck a King Shark reference in that you could completely miss. Oh, really? Fun. I love King Shark. He's great. Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, Batman has always and probably will forever always be my favorite superhero. And so, and I like a good Lego game. Like, I enjoy it's weird. I can be a collector person in games, but I wouldn't say that that's like my favorite thing to do in games, but it is up there of like, oh, if they do it well, I can get really into it. Like there's a reason I have gotten sucked into gotchas. Like I do have that itch fulfilled, but it's not like my mandatory all games must have this collection mechanic. All like the studs and the collectibles and such that you get in the Lego games, but it really works well in my opinion with the Lego games, and so I very much enjoy it. It does hit a spot for that. And then on top of that, like, I mean, I've talked about this a whole bunch already, but like the fact that it's using Arkham Light mechanics and in gameplay is just so engaging. I desperately want to see Lego do more with this combat system in like a Ninjago game. I think would be really cool. A Monkey Kid game would be really cool using this system. Honestly, any future, I mean, they're not doing anything with Marvel or Star Wars anymore, but like imagine somehow incorporating that into like some of the Star Wars characters, mechanics and such. It would just be so cool. I hope they keep using it. Is really the point. I just want them to keep using it. Female Bond would be very cool. A female 007. I feel like we're going to get a black Bond before we get a female Bond, though. But who knows? I could be wrong. In one version of DC's future, Lucius Fox's son becomes Batman. Really? I don't think I'm familiar with that one. That's cool. That would be really cool, actually. Does Lucius Fox dramatically get murdered in front of him, a la like Batman with his parents? Is it Bruce Wayne that causes his death to his father and causes him to become Batman? Ooh, if it is Bruce's fault, does he feel guilty and fund the young Lucius's son's like vigilantism? I could see this going a number of different directions. Just wear out the inside of his arm there. And also those fingers. In the current day, he is a member of the Bat fam named Duke Thomas, codenamed The Signal, who does patrolling for Gotham during the day. Okay. That's cool. The Bat family has gotten, like, massive, hasn't it? Mm-hmm. Okay, we're gonna let the ones we just painted dry thoroughly, and we're gonna put the guys who definitely need their dry brush on the base. I mean, you probably should reference them as which superhero space they're coming from. Because it'll help people help you identify, like, which one you're talking about. Because they're very different. Like, Marvel and DC are very different entities.
Yeah, they don't share names.
No, but Haven's saying he just refers to the movies as superhero movies. Like, he doesn't define them as, like, DC or Marvel movies. And I'm like, well, I mean, I guess I kind of get it, but, like, that makes it more difficult for people to, like, know what the hell you're talking about, so. Because at least DC and Marvel identify as, like, oh, okay, so you're either talking about the Disney property with, like, Iron Man and all that, or you're talking about, like, Batman and Superman. There was a Superman Spider-Man crossover comic recently? Nice. What were they doing together? Like, I would honestly feel like Batman and Spider, like, and Spidey should cross over more than Supes and Spider should. That's fair. I mean, if you're not remembering which one's which anyways, I guess it's kind of hard for you. It would be hard for you to identify it, huh? Well, then they just get to play the guessing game with you. Welcome to the channel, George. Thank you for subscribing. Also, fun fact, back in the day when Marvel and DC did the Amalgam comics, characters on each side of the merge for one-shot comics, Spider-Man merged with Superboy, becoming Spider-Boy. Oh, nice. That's fun. Do they still... They don't do that anymore, right? Like that style thing? I was like, I really doubt it. That probably ended in like, what, the Silver Age or Golden Age, something like that? It's okay, Hammond. You're just not engaged with pop culture, really.
That pop culture specifically.
Or like that, yeah. Like you're engaged with a different type of pop culture. Like comics and like movie media necessarily doesn't like pique your interest, so you just don't engage with it in the same way other people do, and that's okay. But you like pro wrestling and like football and stuff. Yeah, it's coming along nice. So I'm just getting into my dry brushing, so don't mind me, chat. We're just having a chill time. I'm dry brushing. Trying to make this even. No, the Avengers movies are Marvel. Batman and Superman and Wonder Woman, Aquaman, the Justice League are all DC. Avengers are Marvel. And like modernly, honestly, the easiest way, and I know some like old school comic book fans will probably like cringe at this. But for you, Havin, I think the best way to remember it is Avengers are Marvel. Marvel is owned by Disney. DC is Warner Brothers, and that's going to be the Justice League, which is going to include like Batman and Superman and all those characters. No, it's no problem. You don't really know this stuff. It's cool. It's so weird to me that I was able to get such like a beautiful color on Grievous, and I feel like I cannot achieve even though I'm literally doing the same thing on these fucking droids. What do I do differently? What is it about Grievous that makes him so perfect? Is this why he beats you guys up? Because you're flawed versions of his perfection. I understand. You know, honestly, it might just be because I went too dark on the B1s, and that has definitely been called out already by myself and many other persons. So maybe it's just that. Maybe it is just that. You watch a bunch of the cartoons, so that does make sense to you more now? That makes sense. Glad to have helped. too much paint up, but you know, we're gonna try it. Nope, definitely did not. Still painting there. A little delicate on the chest. I don't want to get it too much into the grooves, but I do want to brighten it up significantly.
How's chat doing?
Chat's doing good. I have helped and taught you so much since day one of being here. I love learning from you and CC. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad that we're able to help. Just like a tiny bit too much moisture. I'm gonna let it go on my skin, and then we're gonna go back to the model. Yes, still a little too much. Let's get a little too eager, chat. We were a little too eager. Definitely enjoy the vibe of this stream. It's been fun listening while cross-stitching. Nice. Ooh, what are you cross-stitching? That's so cool. I also don't have the patience for cross-stitching. I've learned a little bit of how to do it because my mom's dabbled in cross-stitching a little bit. But I never really super like vibed with it because it was just a little, well, I was younger when I first tried it, so maybe I just was too immature and impatient for it then. Maybe I'd have more patience for it now. That's so cool. What are you working on? If you don't mind me asking. Especially on the Warhammer stuff. Well, there's plenty of Warhammer stuff to learn, so I'm happy to help. You're currently working on a temperature calendar. Every day is a little 7x7 design, and the color is determined by the max temperature of the day. Oh, that's so cool. That's so fun. You're also working on a horror icon pattern for your wife? That's awesome. Do you have like an Instagram or anything where you share what you're working on? Because that sounds so cool. I'd love to see them. I want to test something real quick. Here's one of the guys I just painted. Right? Yes. Yep. Okay, I do think it was that then. I think the reason they look so different is because of how dark Skeleton Horde ended up getting, because I accidentally got some of them too dark and just like layered it really heavily and tried to go with it. I think that was the problem, because like, yeah, this guy's looking a little bit more like how Grievous did, and he was a bit paler to start with. Okay, noted. I wonder if I can... Yeah, because it just ends up looking a little, like, weird over a really dark area. Noted. Not really. Most social media you've done is your Facebook to keep in touch with your family friends. That makes sense. Well, I bet it looks really cool, and I think that's awesome that you do that. Let's see. A little bit more. Okay, that might be working. Might be working. Okay, and I want to see what this does on this. Do you think it's bringing a smidge warmth back in? So we're gonna fuss around with this a little bit. Still gonna use Ivory Tusk, but I'm gonna use it in combination with Hobgrat, which is a little bit yellower, and I think because of how dark some of the droids got, it might help. I think I see a little bit of a difference on his legs, but not really anywhere else. You know this, but I just want to say how much I really appreciate you and CC for all you do. You were both so great in helping, teaching, and answering questions. You truly are the best ever in my opinion. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it, Havman. I appreciate you. I see. Let's switch back to our normal dry brush. And let's keep going. See what this does on one that doesn't have any of the other paint on it yet. Yeah, it's working better. I think there was just too much pink in the other one. Damn it. I might redo those in skeleton horde and then redo the highlight. Oh, I understand. You absolutely don't need to say it with a tip necessarily. You can just say it in normal chat, so I appreciate that. You are wonderful, and I appreciate all of your kind words, regardless of how they come in. So thank you very much, Havin. All right. There we go. Oh no, I don't think it will. I don't think it will. We get in the hands, but we don't want to knock them off. The weapons, so we'll be a little careful. like he has one of the better looking chests, and this chest is mostly covered by this giant bazooka he's carrying. Technically it's a missile launcher, not a bazooka, but whatever. That hand needs a bit more chat. There we go. Well, we definitely need his backpack more. Definitely need to hit the back. This might be my favorite B1. He's my palest. But he does look screen accurate, doesn't he? Why does the finished B1 look darker than the others? What do you mean darker? This one looks darker than, what, like this? This is one that's not finished. This is one that's more finished.
They're looking great.
Yeah, look, I actually think I finally got an accurate.
Ooh, good tone.
Yeah. So I mixed the
hide.
The ivory tusk with the Hogwarts hide.
Yeah.
Because when they got on my darkest ones.
Scoot over for the camera.
Oops, sorry. On these darkest ones,
yeah,
the ivory tusk has too much pink in it. It's got like too much orange in it.
Oh,
for the brown yellow.
Reddish.
And so it ends, yeah, and see how these guys are like weirdly like gray almost
dead flesh.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that was happening, and that was what I was struggling with in the tutorial, but this is working a little bit better on some of the darker ones. On the ones where I have them where the skeleton horde just dried lighter, the ivory tusk is working perfectly. It's just depending on how dark that skeleton horde dried.
Yes, it is.
Oops. You know, he wasn't finished yet. That's why. Oh, he is incomplete. Don't judge him. You're making him feel self-conscious. Hi, Kita. Do you need some food? Oh, okay. All right.
It is your break time.
Sure, I can take a break. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna be about 10 minutes or so. So I'll see you guys at 7:23 or your regional equivalent. And I'm gonna go feed my cat real quick. Be back soon. All right, and we're back. You did say it was break time a while ago. I know, I read that. And I ignored it because I wasn't needing a break for myself, but then Kita came up and she needed me to take a break, so then the plans changed. I always feel like I need a break on the Friday ones. They're pretty chill, you know? They're pretty chill. Exactly. She did take precedent. See if I can add some yellow back into this guy. It is working. I do think I'm still gonna apply the Separatist Sepia wash to these guys just because I've made them significantly paler than the other guys. And I don't want it to be that much of a difference. Like, I don't mind some variation, but I don't want it to be that extreme. But I might also, down the line, do one final dry brush over my other boys and even them out with this batch. Yeah, he's looking so much less, like, weirdly, like, dead flesh is a good way. Cece described that perfectly. Only 10 more minutes and you can play your damn game? Oh my gosh, Rob! Finally! I'm so sorry you had to wait. Stupid Steam, needing a reinstall. Or reformat to your damn hard drive. So sorry, dude. But I'm glad you'll get to play it soon. I just want to do the wash real quick. Let's see what. We are making some good progress. Yeah, I think it's working. Good. Good, 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 good. need a lot on this. I'm just going in a little few areas where I feel like the recesses got a little honestly untouched previously. Okay, next guy needs a bit more of the dry brush. Thank you for subscribing, Mitt Seidel, I think. Hopefully that's pronouncing that correctly. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. And we passed 72K, which is really awesome. We're that much closer to that 100K and me getting that plaque. I want one. I want one plaque, guys, just the one. It's my dream. It's my One Piece dream. Less than 30K more, and we'll be there.
Only 30,000.
And only 30,000 more. If you have parents or grandparents who have a YouTube for some reason and they never use it, and you want to just subscribe to my channel using their account, that would be awesome. I'll do the desperate Jesse Cox thing. Shame. I just want the 100K subscriber plaque. Wouldn't it be so cool? I feel so proud.
One of my goals for like 15 years.
I know. I know you know.
Then my goal longer than yours.
I know. Only 27K.
True.
Technically, yeah. You're right. You're right. Good point. We'll get there. We'll get there, chat.
And we're trying harder.
We are. That's why you might have been noticing more shorts from us. Now, I'm actually very proud of our growth, because our growth has always been very organic, like, which has been really cool. Okay. He's looking like a proper droid. Roger, roger. I wonder who came up with that for them. The Roger Roger thing, was that like a Lucas like idiom? Because it's fun as hell to say, so like good on him for... Kudos to whoever did come up with it. I don't know if I've ever looked that up, though. Okay. Oh. I didn't realize I had one more dark boy to do. Darn it. Alright, that's fine. Raymond Seuss, you mainly do military subjects. You've learned a lot from watching figure painting, and while yes, the general subject is the same, yet different, I can't imagine doing a large army for gaming. You know, that's fair. It is and it isn't a very different process, kind of like what you said. I think it's the same as, like, I don't know if you do like competitive scale model building and painting, but if you do, it would be, I guess, building a large army and doing that is kind of the equivalent of if you were going to bring like a grouping of tanks, for example, that were maybe all going into this different categories, but were like all panzers or something like that, or like we're all whatever country you were wanting to like focus on or represent, or like was your favorite to work with color wise or whatever. Like it would be like doing a larger collection of scale model builds all focused under the same theme. I think that would be like the most equivalent, but they are different. It is a much different like way to hobby for sure. But there's a lot of overlap. There is a lot of overlap. There's definitely a lot of overlap. Honestly, like, it's amazing to me how segmented sometimes the various miniature painting hobbies are. Because, like, I feel like scale models and Gunpla especially don't have as much overlap as I feel like they should. Like, they're getting more. I'm seeing a lot more of that kind of overlap happening online. But I feel like for the longest time, even as far back as like 5 years ago, there just wasn't a massive amount of overlap between the two. And there's so many similar tools and things like and techniques that both sides use that the other can absolutely utilize, even though obviously the subject matter is not identical. Like one's going more historical, one's doing sci-fi, fantasy, etc. So like I get it, but there's so much we can learn from each other. I'm so glad that you're like, you enjoy learning from model painting, even though that's not necessarily what you do. Like, I think that's great, honestly. I wish more people were open-minded like that and took techniques from other segments of the hobbies that were tangentially related, but maybe not identical to what you're doing. Like, it's amazing how many cool, like, basing concepts and ideas you can come up with just by, like, looking at what diorama artists do, what some scale model artists do, because they often do the dioramas. I've seen some really cool, like, Gunpla using, like, dude, have you seen on, I believe, I don't know if he's on other platforms, I assume he probably is. There's, like, this one Instagram channel that does terrariums, but with Gundam. And it's so freaking cool. And I'm like, that's wild, I want more, I want more. I want more people doing this. Seems like such a fun idea. I'm actually going to be doing my first terrarium build in June, and I'm very excited for it. Maybe down the line I'll do a Gundam one. I have a feeling I'm going to really like it. Gundams are getting very popular in scale model contests. Yeah, my local scale model contest has a massive, like, there's an entire section of the entire, like, contest dedicated to Gunpla, which is really super cool to see because that was actually like my first scale models was Gundam as well. Like I was doing Gunpla back in the day. Gundam Wing was my OG. And then I got into like historical scale models like much, much later. My recent tank video actually starts with my very first historical scale model, which was the Merkava. And so I really love seeing that overlap happen. Again, I really feel like there's so many like tools, especially that Gunpla people have, that scale modelists, like, honestly would love. Panel liners alone. Roger Roger was created by George Lucas. It was to give the droids a distinct, slightly dim-witted and highly obedient mechanical personality. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. That also seems like a very Lucas logic, so. Also makes them cute and kid-friendly. You're finally in the game. Woo! Congratulations, Rob. Enjoy. The hour-long wait is over. God, I feel like it was more than an hour for you, dude. I'm sorry. In, like, actuality. You're caught up on Zets now? Nice. That means you can watch tomorrow's episode live. If you want to. think my favorite thing about Where's That is right now is that Sieg is like basically summonable via the mind and dismissible like also via the mind. He's like an imaginary friend. And I kind of love that. What is your, hey, Raymond Seuss, what is your favorite type of scale model, like, thing to build? I'm curious. It was towards you, Raymond. Did you what is your favorite, since you said you're more of a scale model person than a figure painter, what is your favorite type of scale model to build? Like, are you like an aircraft guy? Are you a ship guy? Are you a armor guy? What's your favorite thing? Do you like military vehicles, as in like military, like cars and like trucks? I personally am an armor growl. I love painting armor. There we go. Oh my gosh. I just got a super thanks on the tank video for $5. If SSG, if S Sergeant Slick happens to be also watching in chat right now, thank you very much. I assume you were probably watching the tank video, but that's awesome. I didn't even know that was a thing that could happen.
Cool.
Yeah. Sick. That's cool. Depends on your mood. You build armor, planes, and ships. You really love large engineering or missile launchers. Even have a 135 T-pole. Nice. Okay, so you do a variety. I tend to like I said, I tend to stick to armor. I have built one plane. I've built the Zero. And I do have a couple others. Like I have a Lightning and it was like the Strike Eagle or something like that. It's the A-15C.
What are you asking about?
The two planes I have downstairs. One is the Lightning. I remember that.
Build or?
Yeah, two build. Like I haven't built them yet.
I made you get an F-15 Strike Eagle at one point.
Yes. Okay, so it's an F-15 Strike Eagle. Sorry.
That's my favorite jet.
Yes. Okay, so the F-15 Strike Eagle. So I have one of those. Is it? Do you know what the letter is? Is it an F-15C?
No.
Okay. Okay. And then I have the Lightning. Those are the two that I have for planes. I have only one ship. I have a little tiny
You have the artillery for the Bismarck.
Oh, I do. I have the Bruno. Yes, you're right. I have the Bruno. So I have the artillery for the Bismarck, but I don't actually have the Bismarck itself. And then I have a tiny, like the box is only like yay big. And it is an Australian warship called the Vampire, and I got it because it's called the Vampire. Because I love vampires. And I thought it was cute that it was called a vampire. Vampire. It's such a fun word to say. But yeah, so that's the only ship I have other than the artillery for, I think it's called the Bruno, I'm pretty sure.
The cannon? Yeah.
Yeah, for the Bismarck. Like, I'm pretty sure it's called the Bruno. Sometimes you lose your mind and do Age of Sail. Oh my god. No. See, Age of Sail, like, terrifies me. That is I'm gonna be like an old lady and I'll finally give in and do like an Age of Sail, and it'll be the worst time to finally give into that because my hands will be trembling like crazy, but like I'll finally try to do it because like that stuff is so scary. It's so scary. There's too much happening. Wow, I lost your eyes entirely. Dude, what the hell? What the even? See if I can bring that back with some skeleton horde. I think sometimes the washes pull paint out. Especially GW's contrast colors. Because I was looking at them and their eyes were all great prior to me doing the wash. Now they're all pale again. Like, buddy, your eyes. We want you to be able to see. Okay. It's the rigging. Depends on wood or plastic. That's fair. Definitely haven't done any wood ones. I think all of the Sail, like Age of Sail stuff that I've looked at has all been plastic. Ships, like, so the reason ships scare me is because they have so much of the, oh, what is it called? I had it in my brain and now I've just blanked on it again. It's like etchings. What is it called? The copper etching little fine pieces of like that you end up doing all the rails and a lot of like the stuff on the deck with. It's all, I feel like it's something etching. But I don't know. And that scares me. Cause like knowing my luck, I'm gonna break that shit and then cry. Cause I will have ruined it. And I don't know how to repair broken metal. Especially not on that scale. Okay, hopefully that will stick in their little eye sockets. Hi, Kita. Did you enjoy your food? Oh, yeah, you did? Okay, good. I'm glad. Glad to hear it, baby girl. Do you want me to put you in your chair? Yeah? You want me to put you in your chair? One moment. There you go. She likes to be in my beanbag. Photo etched. Thank you. That's what it is. I always struggle with identifying it, even though it's really straightforward, I feel like, but I just always do. She is totally so pleased that she's in that chair now. I think it was all she wanted. Okay. A little bit more beige.
Sorry?
Oh, I need to go a little bit more beige. Let's see. That's a question. Do the ones say disguise because of the capstones they're using? I know almost everyone else says transform. They say disguise because they work for code.
They are not common writers.
Yeah, they're not common writers.
So anyone who says pension in common writer and uses a device is considered a common writer. However, for branding purposes and lore purposes, the knights and lords are not actually common writers. It's a silly thing.
Distinction.
It's a distinction, but it's because they're so villainous.
Exactly.
But that's why they use disguise.
Disguise. Exactly. Abman says, thank you for the explanation, CC. He put his headphones back on, so he may not have heard that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, so am I. It's been a good show. I feel like it's made me feel that way a lot of the times. Of like, okay, now I really need to know what's going to happen in the next episode. Which is really fun.
And going okay?
Yep. I'm just blending all of our boys in. Let's see, I think these two I've already dry brushed. And are they pale enough that they don't... Oh, yeah, I didn't get the back of your leg, bud. Oh, we can fix that. Actually, by doing this. You assume what happened to 6 means she's gone forever, but I thought that before about, and then they came back. No, she's actually gone forever. That actress had other obligations, and so she is like officially.
She's back in the movie.
Oh, is she? Okay.
She'll be in the movie.
She'll be in the movie, but I think she's gone from the series.
Unless it's all twisted again.
I mean, it could be, I suppose.
I still think it is.
It just feels like, I mean, you know, it would be a good swerve. It would be a good swerve. Did they just use their minds to bring her back like they did Sieg? Maybe. I mean, the thing is that with Sieg, when he died, he died in a different way. Like, she specifically, like, Pompeyed herself onto the wall. And that, like, we haven't seen anybody die that way, so I don't know. That's why, like, Cece and I are like, well, we're not really sure. Like, it could be a complete swerve again, and maybe she will be back. But we've also seen things on Twitter that kind of indicate to me that, like, no, she's just gone from the show.
But is that kayfabe?
But is that kayfabe? Like, is that, you know, are they pulling some pro wrestling kayfabe on us? Like, are they going to swerve us? And she's actually going to come back, and they're just doing that to try to obfuscate the fact that they are going to bring her back. Like, I'm not sure. Guys, I fixed them. They're near identical now.
There you go.
Thanks. What's my favorite armor to build or strongest interest in? So I really like, I mostly like tanks. I do build some armored like trucks and like I've built like a Kurogane, for example, which is an open-topped artillery vehicle. And that was very, very fun. But honestly, I really just...
No, the Kurogane is the type of car.
Oh, was the Kurogane the car? What was the other...
It was the Type 1.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yes, it was the Type...
Type 1 mobile artillery.
Yes, you're right. Sorry. So yes, the Type 1. Like, so that was really cool. So, like, I've built some mobile artilleries. But I really just... I like just basic tanks. Like, I've built an Easy 8, which was really fun. I've built a Panzer... I've built the Merkava. The Merkava actually was, like, thinking back to it, still one of my... It was my first scale model build, and honestly, I think it's one of my favorite scale model builds, only because it was a kit from '83, so it had like really old style like assembly instructions, and included needing to heat up and burn some rubber. Really, we were melting the rubber, and that was really cool. I just thought that was so neat to do. And yeah. But yeah, tanks are definitely my thing. Cars are cool, but they end up feeling like kind of complicated, and then I get scared. I get so nervous doing scale models. I think it's because they're historical models, and so I feel pressured to like actually get them historically accurate, whereas with like 40K and like Star Wars and stuff like that, even though there is definitely some accuracies to like lore and stuff, like I mean, why have I been fussing with these little droids colors so much if I'm not concerned about like lore accuracy? But I feel like it's still more flexible on a fantasy or sci-fi kit than it is like a scale model kit, or at least I personally feel more flexibility when it's a sci-fi, when it's a non-IRL object. Okay. These guys are not going to need nearly as heavy of a dry brush because they were already paler. And we're not having to do our fix on them like we did the other models. You remember that? The Martyr should try a T-72, a T-80, or a T-90 with reactive armor. Lots of parts, they build up neatly. Nice. That's true. I mean, that's kind of what I've learned from going to my IPMS group for about two and a half years now. They're very chill, and they're like, it's fine if it's not super accurate. Like, they've never been super, like, anal about it or anything, or, like, gatekeepery about it, because I'm sure there are some people in the community that might be like that, but I feel like it's fewer than it used to be, which is nice. Which is very nice. I definitely paint my scale models in a way I think that sometimes are like mind-blowing. Yeah, I'm so used to, because I do paint miniatures so much, I'm so used to doing so much by hand. And so I tend to paint my scale models by hand. And a lot of my like IPMS guys are like airbrush dudes. And so they're like, I can't believe you do all of that by hand. And I'm like, I know, I'm crazy. I can't believe you do all of that by airbrush. knew there was a section on one of these guys that I just didn't paint. And there it was. Like I got the inside of the other arm, but not that arm apparently. Strange. I'm just bouncing now between doing some light touch-up with a skeleton horde versus going back over with my dry brush color on these last couple of guys. Well, so now I have to look at it in other directions. I'm sorry, it should be on camera now. Airbrush is mostly about thinning the paints. Guess what I'm really bad about and why I use contrast colors? Thinning paints. I also need to get a new compressor. I think the one I have is quite old, and I also just don't know if it's powerful enough. Because we were playing around with it recently, mostly Chaos Cultist was, and
yeah, it was not.
It was not performing the way that we expected it to, and I don't think it was like a failure on like his part in regards to comprehension of how to use it. I really feel like it was just we are not getting enough pressure out of our compressor because it's so small to properly get like good flow, like even consistent flow, because that was kind of the problem. My problem with airbrushes is I have a small hand, and I actually find that they kind of hurt my hand after a while, like even short periods of time, with controlling like the pressure and everything. And I don't know if that is like a skill issue or I'm just a pansy. It might have been, yeah.
There was too much blockage, and we couldn't get anything out, even with a clean brush.
Feel a little uneven as you dried, didn't you, buddy? Oh, that's what happens when you lean to one side, isn't it? Yes, it is. It is what happens when you lean to one side. There's a little bit more of this on his nose. There we go. A little bit more water on that brush and just slide that around. His backpack got a little pale too. Okay, I think they all can have their... God, okay, I'm gonna go grab the other ones really quick, guys, and I just want to see how dramatically different they are. Let's see, let's get them out of the cabinet. Alright, here are a couple. By a couple, I mean like a handful. We'll see. Kita, you are on the edge of that. Please be careful. Okay, they're not too bad. They are darker. Okay, I just want to see something. If I can get their heads a little bit lighter. We usually only need 20 psi. Moisture can be a problem. You have large hands, just takes getting used to. See, I think my problem is that I've got really small hands. And so I end up cramping because I'm like squeezing. So like, I just end up feeling like I'm squeezing too much. It's a Tamiya specific one. But I couldn't...
Yeah, it's a very small compressor too, so that's why it doesn't give us much PSI.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if it's giving us enough PSI. But I don't know off the top of my head, like, what the specific, like, I wouldn't be able to tell you, like, the number codes on it or whatever. You're loving the show, but you think your favorite part of Common Writer and Zets is that you get to be in the conversation about it. Being able to ask and talk about CC is awesome. Nice. I mean, that's what a lot of people enjoy about getting into a TV series, especially when one that you can end up following like along as it's going, is that you can get involved in the conversation and actually chat with people about it actively while it's still relevant, which is really cool. That's great, Heaven. I'm glad you're feeling that way. I believe it's gravity fed, and I think it's single action.
Gravity fed, and I think it's dual action.
Oh, is it dual action? Okay.
Because it's down and it's pressure and pull.
Ah, okay. Is that okay? I wasn't sure. I wasn't actually 100% sure. Okay. Okay, yes. So we think it's gravity fed and dual action. Moisture trap on the compressor?
No, it does not.
No, it does not.
It's some tiny Tamiya compressor.
Yeah, it's a very tiny, like it really feels like sort of like a beginner scale compressor. Like it is like, when I say tiny, I mean like, I'm gonna zoom out actually, hold on. Okay. So when I say tiny, I mean like it's this big. Like it fits in my hands like this. Oh, nice. Enjoy your
power on your laptop.
Yep.
Okay.
I do. No matter the compressor, always need a moisture trap. Moisture gets pulled in when the compressor builds air, causes spitting, and even stopping of the flow of paint. See, that's what we've been dealing with, so maybe that is literally...
That's not what we've been dealing with.
Oh, is it not? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
The compressor...
Never mind. Never mind.
Sorry, I hate having to interrupt.
I understand, and I am so sorry. Okay, I'm not 100% sure then the issue that we're having. I did think we were having some...
The compressor has made no issues, no sound issues, no flow issues, but it does not seem to have very high PSI. It doesn't have that adjustment very well anyway.
Got it.
Does not have any of the features because once again, it is a beginner Tamiya.
Like basics thing.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it is not a true full air compressor. I cannot make that clear enough.
Got it. Yeah, so I think that's our biggest problem.
Because I think the airbrush is fine. Because I cleared it out. I did a thorough cleaning on the airbrush.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, we are getting like so little pressure through the pipe.
Yes.
It's constant, but it's so low.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So, I mean, maybe that's due to moisture, but there's no spit.
Okay, got it. I wasn't sure if it was spitting or not.
But they also have a terrible set of reviews online.
Of the one, because we have looked up our compressor before, and I do think it has not the best reviews.
No.
So yeah.
We didn't pay for it. So.
But we also didn't pay for ours, so. $7:30 p.m. actually happened. It's at 7:30 p.m. You have a Spar Max great compressor. All right, I'm gonna write that down for future reference, because it is something that I would absolutely love to do more of. I will admit I have been hesitant to do so because but mostly because of the issues that I have had with it and the struggles that I've had with it, and I haven't wanted to really invest in that right now. But mostly because I also don't have a good starting point of like, okay, what's an actual good compressor? But having a recommendation from somebody that is actively using one is great. Spar Max air compressor. Cool. Nice. Okay, yeah, I think like the light touch-up I did has just evened them all out, and I actually think they're gonna blend in perfectly fine. So, huzzah! We can... Well, I'm gonna get a little bit of the metallics done, but I don't think we'll quite fully finish them. Like, I'll have to do the basing off camera. The TC 6020X, okay. TC 60, nope, I like how it changed that to TV. No, I said TC, thank you, TC. $6020X. You keep hearing Roger Roger in your head. I completely understand Max models. It's because there's so many little B1s. That's their favorite thing. I'm gonna actually pop him off, and I'm gonna put the missile launcher on because I have a little bit more gray on my brush than I think I want for the small guns. A little bit of gray on the lovely flesh tone I just painted on my droid. Could not have it. I also like to do their little antennas and a bit of metallic. I think technically they're just the same, like, sandstone color on the, like in the movies and stuff, but mine are gonna have that. I want them to have a little bit of a more obvious antenna. Someone's gonna use it as target practice. You think Lucas created them so you could kill lots of bad guys? I mean, definitely. Easy little fodder. Everybody's favorite little punching bag. You hope to be home before my stream at 1 p.m. You don't know how long you're working, just that they need help in the morning? Oh, well, that's nice that you got called in. I mean, you know us, we'll be going for a little while, so even if you miss a little bit of it, I'm sure you'll get back in time to watch the majority of it live with us. weapons guy. Be careful about their little hands. And of course, when the gun gets real close to their chest, too. Just don't want to get too much gray in places we don't want it. He actually has a second gun on him. Right here. Easy peasy. His basic blaster. Set the guys that I have done off to the side. Okay. You even got called out for your great customer service in a survey? Nice. The manager texts you and asks you because he hurt his leg in his groin. Oh no. Oops. That sucks. Although I guess maybe workers' comp since he did it while on the job.
I don't usually fall for someone. I don't even care who I run from. You're on my mind, and you know I'm broken, but you're not the kind, on my mind, so listen. I'm on the run, afraid of heights, and too much for sound, but oh, you make me numb, like no one else. You're too much.
He did it on his day home? Oh no, that's even worse.
Oh, you're enough.
Thank you for subscribing. Town 250. Or Twin 250? Maybe it's Twin? I don't know. But thank you for subscribing regardless. Being a model airplane builder, when you B1s, you think of the heavy bomber B1 or B1 aka Bone. That makes sense. Is the B1 a heavy bomber? I guess that makes sense to me. I don't know. I'm not as familiar with like planes and their designations. I assume that's what Lucas named them after. Was trying to make them sound. I mean, they are literally military droids, right? So he's probably trying to like have it sound that way a bit more. Let's leave these paints to Lucas. Especially the stuff that's on my finger now. Okay, I got a little bit of gray on him. I'm gonna use that to clean it up. There. Perfect. Fixed it. Fixed it. By today's standards, yes. Well, just make sure that you're careful. Sounding like you're being made to do all the... I mean, you literally are saying you're being made to do all the heavy lifting. And I get it, he's injured, but like... A coworker of yours flew them. The B1 is a maintenance nightmare and expensive as hell to operate, but they are a nightmare fuel for the other side. That makes sense. That makes sense. The B1 is a heavy bomber, now carries cruise missiles, or can. Oh, cool. That's pretty neat. I didn't know that. Nice. We're learning so many new things today. All right. Well, it is about 2 minutes till 9 p.m., which is when I tend to wrap up. We made some great progress today. I was able to lighten some of my boys who were a bit dark previously. We got all of the remaining B1s completely tanned up, and we are now on to their weapons. And realistically, there's 8 more that need the base coat for the weapons, and then it's just dry brushing them, and then we're on to basing. And that will be done very shortly. So I'm pretty pleased. I'm glad we've got these guys done, and this should be done very, very, very soon. So I'm very excited about that. I will see you guys tomorrow. We will be beginning at 1 p.m. barring for some reason they hit like crazy traffic and are just like really late or something like that. But we should be starting with Shay at 1 p.m. We're going to be building some of our Row Life DIY little kits. We worked on these a little bit before together, and she suggested, she's like, hey, I want to continue working on mine. Do you want to continue working on yours? And I was like, hell yeah. So that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. So she's going to be coming over, and Shay and I are going to be hanging out. That stream is going to be starting at 1 p.m. Pacific, as I mentioned. And I hope to see you guys there. Of course, I will make some posts about it, so you guys will be able to find links and all of that. But yeah, it was a lovely evening with everybody. Thank you to everyone who was active in chat and everybody who was lurking. Max Models, Havman, Raymond, Rob, thank you guys so much for being here near the end. It was lovely to chat with you guys. So I hope you have a good time. I'll see you later. Bye, everybody. Have a lovely hobby night. Food before bed, Havman, do not eat before you go to bed. That's really not good for you. I mean, do what you want to. If you're hungry, I get it. But like, you shouldn't eat directly before you go to bed, bro. All right. You guys have a great night. Take care of yourselves. Make sure you're drinking lots of water. Get some sleep. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right. Bye, everybody.